sit back and relax and enjoy our display today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from your right, the Royal Air Force's 2022 Typhoon display team. Coming past us at around 600 miles per hour, the aircraft pulls away at 7 times the force of gravity. The aircraft is now running in from crowd left and will perform the hesitation rolls. You can now see the aircraft ascending away from the ground, pushing -3G as he does this. Throughout this manoeuvre, all the blood will be rushing to his head, meaning he has to tense his body to make the blood distribute evenly. He will also have the assistance from his G-suit, which supports the pilot in high-intensity manoeuvres. You can now see the aircraft passing crowd left, performing the 9G reposition. The Typhoon has 20,000 pounds of thrust, meaning it can reach its top speed of Mach 1.8, which is around 1,370 miles per hour. The aircraft can reach a max altitude of 55,000 feet, and to put these stats into scale, Typhoon can go from brakes off to Mach 1.5 at 35,000 feet in less than 2.5 minutes. The team is all operational members of the Royal Air Force, and they perform roles across Collingsville. We would like to take this opportunity to thank them for all their efforts ensuring the operations can carry carry on protecting British airspace. We'd like to take this time to give credit to the members of the team which make our display work today. The head engineer for the team is Sergeant Callum, our reserve pilot, Squadron Leader D, Support Officer, Warrant Officer Cam, and lastly, the OC of the team, Group Captain Michael Windsor. They are all able to answer questions at the end of our display through our Discord. The amazing sounds you hear today are generated by the two Eurojets EG200 turbofans, each rated at £20,000 with afterburning. We are now coming to the end of our display, and we would like to thank you for coming down and watching the display today at VR Fans. It's greatly appreciated, and the team takes a great amount of time and effort to put this together. The aircraft has now finished its display and will be running in for a landing break. I've been Flight Lieutenant Cyclone, and we have been the Royal Air Force's Typhoon display team.
This will be the Virtual Roblox Cold War Restoration Project. And already its afterburners on. Ready to begin its display. You can see the noise there coming through. Hope it's not too loud. Jumping into the sky. That's a lot of thrust coming out the back of that plane. Of course, this is the first historic warbird of today's airshow. We'll have a few more later. In terms of, we'll have the what's it called? We've got the United States Heritage Flight, flying with a P-51 Mustang, as well as assortment of other modern aircraft. I'm not entirely sure which aircraft it's getting in the air with later. I think it's the F-15, the F-35, and there might be something else. But that'll be an incredible display to watch. And then tomorrow we have the B-29. So lots of historic aircraft, but not quite so many, especially not in one game, as the Cold War Restoration Trust have brought with them here today. They've almost built a static lineup of historic aircraft on top of their Jaguar, which is amazing to see. Rolling into the vertical, pulling lots and lots of G's as it comes around the top. Although Roblox is a lot simpler than lots of other modern flight simulator games, it's important to note that it's not, it's still difficult to control because there's not a lot of feedback like you would get with other flight simulators. As aircraft speed up, there's not more force feedback on the controls, so it's hard to get a sense of speed and things like that. On top of that, all the aircraft are modelled, scripted, all the decals are made, all they're animated by the people who are often flying these jets. So the Virtual Roblox Cold War Restoration Trust is mostly run by Charlie and Weasel. I think they're the two co-owners of this group. Do excuse me if I get any facts wrong. I'm not the official narrator of this team, so make sure to focus on their flying rather than my talking, because they know what they're doing, I don't. This is an incredible aircraft, very unique. Those afterburners, that purple glow coming out of the grey skies. For a lot of display teams, this wouldn't be good weather. The Jaguar, however, doesn't care and will fly on regardless. It is, of course, an all-weather aircraft. I know lots of aircraft say that nowadays, but let's be honest, lots of them aren't. A lot of the time it's not up to the jet, but the agency flying them. They won't want to risk their expensive toys. Or of the Jaguar being of a time where the attitude was different. People were wanting to take risks. It's built a lot more hardy than a lot of modern 5th and even 4th generation fighters are today. You can see that really meaty landing gear being deployed for us there. Landing gear down, afterburners on. Going for a very slow and dirty pass there. I say slow. It's one of the slower passes we've seen so far. Absolutely sitting on those afterburners, burning through a hell of a lot of fuel. Lots of these aircraft have scripts so advanced that the coders have bothered to put in fuel. I don't think it's true with this aircraft necessarily. We're just lucky because the amount of fuel he would be burning through. But there are some incredibly advanced scripts being added to some of these aircraft now. Afterburners coming back on as he comes in for another high-speed pass. Up into the vertical. The orange top of the aircraft being incredibly easy to spot. with this grey backdrop, and then when it flips over to show its belly, he disappears into the grey sky. I'm zoomed right on him, so it's easy to spot, but if I was zoomed out a bit more, you can see that orange, but if he flips around, just be a bit of a grey silhouette against a grey sky. Diving back towards the ground, landing gear coming back out. He screams towards the runway. An absolutely breathtaking looking jet. Pulling back at the last minute to get that nice flare on for landing. It's a touch and go, so the landing gear is going back up, gears folded away, and it's back into the sky. The only performance so far to have a touch and go. It's a manoeuvre that's rarer with Roblox display teams. Roblox makes it hard enough to land, especially those jittering effects that you see. So to do it twice in one performance, that's something you don't see very often. A lot of teams try to avoid it, but not the Cold War Restoration Trust. They're going for it. Not once, but it looks like they're coming in again.
Now, to your left, observe as Commander Dark calls smoke on, off brakes now. Burners ready now. And the Blue Angel Diamond is rolling. As they pass before you, notice that the smoke is not visible while the engines aren't afterburning. Smoke comes on as Commander Dark calls for the deselection of Afterburner. Pulling through the horizon, he will roll the formation 180 degrees to the upright position, completing the half Cuban 8. As the Diamond accelerates in their descent, they acquire the necessary airspeed for their next maneuver. The Diamond will experience up to 4 times the force of gravity as they complete this looping maneuver. To the right, Blue Angel 5 and 6 are rolling. Blue Angel 5 will complete the dirty roll on takeoff, while Blue Angel 6 executes a precise low transition and pitches up vertically at 6 times the force of gravity. The official Virtual Roblox Blue Angels will momentarily make its approach from the right. In relatively slow-speed flight, they will give you the opportunity to get a close look at the precision flying that produces the 18-inch wingtip to canopy separation. From the right, the official Virtual Roblox Blue Angel Diamond. The sensation of weightlessness or ballistic flight, similar to that experienced by astronauts in space, will now be felt by the two solo pilots. In relatively approaching center point, Seahawk and Strider will roll their aircraft 90 degrees angle and bank and push forward on the stick as they perform the opposing knife edge. Diamond is approaching for maneuver that is likely familiar to those of you that have seen us perform in the past. From the right, at 400 miles per hour, the Diamond roll. All four aircraft flying as one in this graceful 360-degree rolling maneuver. Two solo pilots will next demonstrate the inverted flight capability of the F-18 Super Hornet. Approaching inverted from the left and right, they will roll their aircraft 360 degrees over center point. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing inverted to inverted rolls. To the left, the Diamond is setting up for their next maneuver. Approaching center point on Darko's command, all four pilots will simultaneously roll their aircraft 360 degrees as they perform the Diamond aileron roll. Let's watch them. Aircraft pilots and enthusiasts who appreciate the difficulties associated with carrier aviation will enjoy this next maneuver demonstrated by the two solo pilots. To the right, Strider and Seahawk will establish a mirror image formation, but look closely for both aircraft in a carrier landing configuration as they approach for a maneuver we call the foretop. the Marine Corps pilots must land their aircraft from the small and sometimes pitching deck of an aircraft carrier at sea. Slow-speed flight is just as important as high-speed flight. In order to demonstrate the dirty slow-speed hailing characteristics of the F-18 Super Hornet, Dark has called for the extension of the landing gear and tailhooks, as the 4 Diamond pilots execute a maneuver performed by no other jet demonstration team in the world today. From the left, the Diamond, dirty blue. The left, Strider is approaching to demonstrate the maximum performance turn radius of the F-18 Super Hornet. He will execute a 7.5 G afterburning turn, and then he'll exit the flight line vertically, showcasing the Hornet's slow-speed climb capability. As the 4 Diamond pilots approach once again, you should notice 2 significant modifications. While the wingmen, direct and dirt, maintain minimum wingtip to canopy separation, the flight leader and slot pilot are both in the inverted position. Ladies and gentlemen, the official Virtual Roblox Blue Angels double far. Blue Angels 5 and 6 are approaching the flight line at 400 miles per hour. Having rolled their aircraft and crossed with minimum separation, observe as both pilots sustain 6 times the force of gravity to cross their aircraft over center point. The 4 Diamond pilots are now stacked down and aft on a 45-degree bearing line to establish a right echelon formation. From the right at 350 miles per hour, the official Virtual Roblox Blue Angels Echelon Parade. Setting up for their next maneuver, Blue Angels 5 and 6 are converging on center point to demonstrate the rapid roll rate of the F-18 Super Hornets fly-by-wire flight control system. Crossing center point, they will complete not one, but 2 consecutive rolls totaling 720 degrees with a closure rate of over 800 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing horizontal rolls. To the left, the 4 diamond pilots are establishing a left echelon formation. Approaching center point, Dark will roll the formation 360 degrees into the 3 wingmen. And over the top, they will transition into the diamond formation. Ladies and gentlemen, the change over roll. Laning the roll to the left, observe as the 3 wingmen smoothly shift back into the Blue Angel diamond. Now that Blue Angels 5 and 6 have your attention, you have seen firsthand the ability of a tactical aircraft at high speed to sneak into the target area virtually undetected. Seahawk completes this maneuver with a series of vertical rolls, while Strider completes his rendezvous with the diamond to the right. To the right, Strider is joining the diamond in a line abreast formation. Still maintaining minimum separation, the pilots must now align themselves by looking 90 degrees from their flight path towards Dark's aircraft. They'll climb up through vertical under heavy G as they perform the very difficult 5-plane line abreast loop. As they exit to the left, observe as Commander Dart calls for another formation change prior to detaching Fluent to number 5. You have seen several flight profiles of the F-18 Super Hornet. The two swift pilots will now demonstrate precision railway control. Approaching center point, they will roll their aircraft 360 degrees, pausing after each 90 degrees of rotation and cross center point in the inverted position. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing 4-point hesitation roll. From behind the spectator area, the 4 diamond pilots are rolling out in trail formation for another dynamic separation maneuver. Passing through vertical, they will climb up and shift back into the Blue Angel diamond. Ladies and gentlemen, the Virtual Roblox Blue Angels vertical bray. Strider and Seahawk are approaching to demonstrate the impressive pitch rate of the F-18 Super Hornet. Crossing center point, they will execute a maximum performance climb with a split S reversal, bringing their aircraft back over center point. In front of the crowd, Dark is rolling out the diamond for their next maneuver, the barrel roll break. Pulling up through vertical, he will roll the formation 90 degrees and perform a split S, finishing with a dynamic separation maneuver. As the formation pulls to level, each pilot will execute an individual brake turn and exit the flight line in a separate direction. Ladies and gentlemen, the official Virtual Roblox Blue Angels barrel roll brake. To the right, the two solo pilots are making their approach to the flight line. Crossing center point, they will simultaneously roll their aircraft 420 degrees in section. Ladies and gentlemen, the double tuck over roll. Behind the Spectre area, Dark is rolling out the Diamond for another dynamic maneuver, the low brake cross. Approaching center point, each pilot will perform an individual brake turn and exit the flight line in a separate direction. As each aircraft accelerates to 500 miles per hour, they will perform a reversal turn back towards the flight line. You should be able to follow the individual smoke trails as the four Diamond pilots converge on center point with maximum closure and minimum separation. To the right, Strider and Seahawk are approaching to demonstrate the slow speed hailing characteristics of the Super Hornet in the clean configuration. They will pass before us virtually, standing Blue Angels 5 and 6 on their tails. At less than 120 miles per hour, the fly-by-wire flight controls provide slow speed hailing that sets the Hornet apart in the air-to-air combat arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the section High Alpha Pass. front of the crowd and to the left, the diamonds rolling out to demonstrate the awesome power of these General Electric F414 engines. Let's listen in as Dark tells each pilot to select full afterburn. As they pass over center point, you will hear and feel the thunder of 8 engines producing 176,000 pounds of thrust. The Virtual Roblox Blue Angels home base in Pensacola, Florida completed an intensive winter training period at Naval Air Facility, El Centro, California. The beautiful weather in the Imperial Valley provided us with optimum conditions to fly each of the demonstration pilots on many training flights necessary prior to our first public demonstration. Our show season runs from about March up until November. The next portion of the demonstration will showcase all 6 aircraft in formation together. This signature formation, the Blue Angel Delta, has been their formation since 1958. Behind the crowd and to the right, 2 solo pilots are now rejoining the diamond to form the Virtual Roblox Blue Angel Delta. From the right, at 400 miles per hour, the Delta roll. All 6 wingmen maintaining position as they roll 360 degrees over center point. As they exit to the left, observe as Dark brings the formation back to the flight line. Very shortly, all 6 aircraft will be approaching for the Blue Angel fleur-de-lis. In an aerial salute to our forward-deploying forces, all 6 aircraft will separate, perform individual 360-degree rolls, and the 4 diamond pilots will rendezvous through a looping maneuver. From the left, at 450 miles per hour, the Blue Angels fleur-de-lis. Now watch as Commander Dark calls, ready break, ready roll. As the two solo pilots exit behind the crowd and to the right, the three remaining are in their final stages of their rendezvous and will soon be back on the wings of dark and go into number 1. With the blurredly rendezvous complete, the diamond will pass before you and exit the flight line to the right. High and to the right, the two solo pilots are rejoining the diamond for another delta maneuver. As they rendezvous to the right, observe as Dark executes a reversal turn, rolling out the formation for the delta loop breaker. Passing through vertically. Dark tilts his head back, picking up the flight line here at VRFAT. Over the top, Dark is floating the formation to place them directly over Show's center point. Now watch closely as Commander Dark calls, smoke on, ready break. As each aircraft accelerates to 500 miles per hour, they will perform a 1/2 cubanate reversal turn back towards the flight line. As they pull up and over the top, you should be able to follow the individual smoke trails as all 6 pilots simultaneously roll their aircraft 180 degrees and head back towards Show center point. From 6 different directions, they will have a maximum closure and a minimum separation and converge on center point and cross with a combined closure rate of nearly 1,000 miles per hour. For a description of our maneuvers, and an in-depth look at our team and individual biographies, please follow us on our social media pages, including Twitter, Discord, and YouTube. In front of the crowd, the Delta is making their approach to the flight line very shortly. And approaching the center point, all the formation will separate in dramatic fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, the official virtual Roblox Blue Angels Delta Breakout. Ladies and gentlemen, your virtual Roblox flight demonstration squadron, naval flight demonstration squadron, takes pride, professionalism, excellence, and skill of naval aviation. The 2022 team takes a great deal of pride in saluting our Navy and Marine Corps pilots, maintenance crews, and support personnel everywhere. From the left, your 2022 official virtual Roblox Blue Angels. One of the biggest demands placed upon naval aviators is that they be able to land their aircraft on a ship at sea, whether it's a jet-propelled driven aircraft, helicopter. Each of these requires the skills which naval aviators must master. In order to perfect this skill, Naval and Marine Corps pilots spend a great deal of pride and time on the landing pad practicing carrier approaches. In front of you now, Commander Dark is rolling out to simulate a carrier pattern. Approaching the runway from the left, Commander Dark is confirming that all the landing checks have been completed, and in fact, each aircraft is ready to land. Rolling out on final, he makes constant power and lineup corrections and maintains the optimal radio setting for the proper touchdown.
Now, from the left, Danny will take off in the J015 to start the display. ready, as this is a perfect picture moment for all the photographers. Ladies and gentlemen, the VRDS-16. Show center. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, from crowd right, the orange line. The maneuvers that are being performed here today require immediate skill to be used in combat situations, as well as during the demonstration flights that we fly today. Daniel has been flying with the team since 2021, and is from Poland. He lives in the UK currently and flies with the VRDS-16 team. Videos and pictures in the channels of this Discord, and we will definitely check them out and possibly use them on our shows social media with, of course, Reddit. Now, coming again from crowd right for the never mind, this is standing Now, gears down from the left for the crowd favorite maneuver, the dirty touch and go with smoke pops on. Photographers, get your cameras ready, as this gives the perfect picture opportunities of the J015 and capture that line roaring. Traction in 3, 2, 1. And there is the roll, ladies and gentlemen, with the gears down. This adds extra weight to a pretty heavy aircraft. The gears are up. Once again, a crowd favorite maneuver to get your pictures of the J015. Make sure to, like I said before, share them in our Discord channels. From the right, slowing down to a speed above its stall speed. The J015 will perform a maneuver called the high off. You got that on camera, ladies and gentlemen, because that desperately did show our maneuver. For the actual high off, landing positions the aircraft from crowd left. Ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready for this hard maneuver. And up the nose goes, ladies and gentlemen, pointing up straight to the sky. showing off the orange line there. And as you see on the rudders, we are one team with one mission. Ladies and gentlemen, this is VRD16 presenting our 2023 display of the J015, which right in front of me here in the United States for a very rare display. And you have to put this back on switch and then just kick it from this maneuver. That is just exactly amazing. There the J015 is again in crowd vision. Ladies and gentlemen, D4 point roll! 1, 2, ladies and gentlemen, the maneuver we call the self-formed laser missiles. And 1. Turn off, ladies and gentlemen, positioning himself in the air, drop the cloud, and roll. Combat situations like Bosnia and Afghanistan. Get your cameras ready. From ground right, ladies and gentlemen, the 8-boy roll. And 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the next maneuver will be the dedication pass. We dedicate this to commemorating last year's 240-year anniversary of the relations between the United States and the Netherlands. These relations existed since 1782. Official relations were established in 1782, and as the two were never at war or in serious conflict, were referred to the U.S. President Ronald Reagan in 1986 as the longest peaceful relationship that we have had with any other nation. Now, the aircraft positions themselves from crowd right. Get your cameras ready for the vapor pulling roll. Ladies and gentlemen, the dedication pass. final pass, the photo pass from the left, ladies and gentlemen. Get your cameras ready. The Orange Lion with the 1T1 mission. Slow, which will include a wing wave to the public here today, ladies and gentlemen. Right myself, not the list that I updated. This is the knife edge ready from crowd left. Give him a wave, ladies and gentlemen, Danny Polster. Now, the Dodge Acton, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank the organization for letting us attend here today as the only European display team at this air show. Let it be saluted.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and on behalf of the United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Mark Kelly, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, we welcome you to today's Virtual Roblox F-15E Strike Eagle demonstration. I am your sub-narrator, Major Vincent Average Trin from Portland, Oregon. Since 9/11, Air Combat Command and the United States Air Force have provided over 1.3 million air missions in today's joint fight, supporting the Army, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, and our allies. As a member of Air Combat Command's 4th Fighter Wing, located at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in Goldsboro, North Carolina, it is my distinct pleasure to describe to you today a combat capability demonstration by one of America's premier air and ground superiority fighters, the F-15E Strike Eagle, an aircraft whose combat role is to put bombs on target on time. The aircrew for today's demonstration is Major Carlos Van Norman from Cleveland, Ohio, and Captain Connor Mayer from Chicago, Illinois. Together, they have a combined total of more than 4,700 hours in military aircraft, and both have flown multiple combat sorties. Launching and recovering the aircraft are our dedicated crew chiefs, Staff Sergeant Josh Donnie from Fort Walton Beach, Florida, Staff Sergeant Mason Jones from New York City, New York, Staff Sergeant Dawson Charles from Tampa Bay, Florida, Senior Airman Alex Gotts from Morris Country, New Jersey, Senior Airman James Henderson from Houston, Texas, Senior Airman Arthur Jr. from Exeter, New Hampshire, and Senior Airman Isaiah Aaron from Jacksonville, Florida. This completes the 13 demo roster. Major Ban and Captain Birdie will begin today's demonstration by showing you just how fast the F-15E can get off the ground and maneuver. This capability gets our fighters in the air quickly to execute any mission. They will lift off at less than 2,000 feet and immediately pull up into inverted flight, and then reposition for the next maneuver. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of the most powerful fighter jets in the world today. Here is your 2023 Virtual Roblox F-15E Strike Eagle demonstration team.
Good afternoon, RAF Air Force. This is Captain Connor Maher from the cockpit of the F-15E Strike Eagle. We're proud to be here today representing the United States Air Force and Air Combat Command. Now from the left, we're going to bring the Strike Eagle down to 300 feet at nearly the speed of sound. Enjoy the show.
In combat, if you can't turn tight, you can't fight. Now from the right, the Strike Eagle returns to show center to demonstrate the F-15E's exceptional turn capability. In this turn, the aircrew will be pressed deep into their seats by the force of 9 times their normal weight. This capability keeps our F-15Es on the offensive in any air-to-air engagement. From the left, Major Ban and Captain Birdie are now turning their aircraft back towards show center. They will accelerate up to 450 miles per hour and demonstrate the rolling maneuverability of the Strike Eagle by executing 3 rapid rolls in less than 6 seconds. Now, as Major Band and Captain Birdie approach show center from the right, they will demonstrate the Strike Eagle's crisp handling characteristics by performing the executive 4-point roll, then immediately transition to the challenging Cuban 8. In this maneuver, you will see the ability of the Strike Eagle rapidly transition between low speed and high speed flight. As Major Ben and Captain Birdie complete this maneuver, they will perform a rudder roll to an inverted flight to demonstrate the exceptional flight control system of your F-15E. The F-15E's primary mission is putting bombs on target on time. With 15 air-to-ground stations, the Strike Eagle carries numerous bombs, each weighing 5,000 pounds, designed to impact precisely where needed. Now from your right, Major Band and Captain Birdie will execute a low-altitude bombing pass. As the pilot climbs, the Wizzo will find the target and designate that point on the ground. Major Band will then pull down towards the target and release the bombs. At the release, Screech will maneuver in a series of evasive turns to defeat any SAMs in a AAA, while Captain Birdie guides in the bombs for a direct hit. This impressive aircraft, together with the motivation, versatility, and adaptability of Air Combat Command Airmen, allows us to apply these capabilities in ways never before envisioned. Ladies and gentlemen, Major Band is now repositioning his F-15E Strike Eagle from the left to return to show center for the dedication pass. We would like to dedicate this pass to the men and women of the Air Forces and their families who support them. We would also like to remember our wounded warriors and veterans in attendance and those who have given their lives defending this great nation. This will be your best photo opportunity, so get your cameras ready to capture the salute. Now from behind and to the left, the F-15E Strike Eagle proudly presents the dedication pass. As the F-15E returns to show center, the aircrew will pass by with the knife edge pass, demonstrating the Strike Eagle's exceptional flight control system, which makes such a maneuver possible. We would like to dedicate this final salute to all of the men and women at, ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the knife edge pass.
This is Captain Connor Maher from the cockpit of the F-15E Strike Eagle once again. Major Band is going to pull around and pull back on the sticks, sending us 3 miles high in less than 20 seconds.
Major Band and Captain Brady are now approaching show center for the final maneuver, a tactical pitch up before landing.
And back to the right of the Blue Angel Diamond. They are rolling. And once again to the right, Blue Angel 5 is rolling. He climbs to 150 feet and then he'll roll his aircraft 360 degrees with the landing gear and flaps extended. The dirty roll on takeoff. And Blue Angel 6 is rolling. He'll gently lift off the ground, performing the low transition and low altitude roll. As he passes the forest, you notice he's airborne now, retracting the landing gear. He rolls 360 degrees and continues to accelerate to 300 miles per hour. On his back now, he completes the 1/2 Cubanate after takeoff. Dutchy will then pass in front of us, exiting the flight line to the right. I do not think that's Dutchy. I actually think that's just some random reserve. Yeah. Yep. All right. Let's see here. The Blue Angel Diamond is now approaching from the right at the very minimum 36-inch wingtip to canopy separation that exists between these four aircraft. From the right, the Virtual Roblox Blue Angels 1986. Oh, I stand corrected. Pokemon, ladies and gentlemen, Pokemon is 6. You know, if I had to be honest with you, one Patron, I don't know how they come up with these names. You know, I'm gonna be Pokemon, or I'm gonna be honest with you. All right, approaching from the left and right, the two solo pilots will feel the sensation of weightlessness or ballistic flight similar to experienced by astronauts in space. The pilots, yes, the pilots, will roll their aircraft 90 degrees. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing knife edge pass by Pokemon and Dutchy. Pokemon and Dutchy. All right, well, the Diamond, they're approaching for maneuver that is likely familiar to the two of you that have seen us perform in the past. From the right, at 400 miles per hour, the Diamond roll all four aircraft flying as one in this graceful 360-degree rolling maneuver. And once again, Bomb is leading the Diamond today. He is normally number 4, but Shooky couldn't make it. Approaching from the left and right, the two solo pilots will demonstrate the inverted flight capabilities of the A4F Skyhawk. They'll roll their aircraft 180 degrees and cross center point. Opposing inverted to inverted pass by Pokemon and Dutchy. Pokemon and Dutchy, yep. To the left, the Diamond is approaching from looping maneuver at 4 times the force of gravity. Watch as they pull through the vertical in tight diamond formation. As he relaxes the back pressure, the airspeed decreases. They'll be floating over the top in 0G or ballistic flight. Seeing the horizon, on comes the pull, and once again, as the airspeed increases, the pilots will feel 4 times the force of gravity or the pull of gravity required to round out the backside of this looping maneuver. Approaching to the left. In tight formation, the two solo pilots will next demonstrate the combat turn radius of the A4F Skyhawk. They'll roll the aircraft 270 degrees angle of bank, separating from each other in dramatic fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, the Virtual Roblox Blue Angels suck away break. Yeah. From in front of the crowd, the Blue Angel Dime is now shifting to a left echelon formation, this time at 400 miles per hour. Watch carefully as they perform their most difficult echelon rolling maneuver. Approaching center point, Bomb will commence a climb into the 360-degree roll into his two wingmen today, demonstrating the left echelon roll. Look at that. Ooh-wee. All right, now direct your attention to the left. As you see, the two solo pilots will stop shape mirrors formation. As they approach center point, Blue 5 will be in the inverted position, which is Dutchy, and Pokemon. He'll be in the level of flight. You know, it's pretty cool. As they approach for a maneuver we call the Forta. And I get a beep beep. All right, approaching at 445 miles per hour. From the right, the wingman will maintain a minimum length of the canopy separation, while the commanding officer and slot pilot are both in the end of position. Ladies and gentlemen, the Virtual Roblox Blue Angels, double farvel. All right. Approaching from the right, the lead solo is once again inverted for the 360-degree rolling maneuver. The two aircraft will roll up and over the crowd, demonstrating the negative G-force as the A4 Skyhawk pull. From the right, the Virtual Roblox Blue Angel mirror roll. Approaching center point, the commanding officers called for another formation change, but the diamond pilots are stacked down and aft on a 45-degree angle of bank to establish a right echelon formation. From the right, the Virtual Roblox Angel echelon parade. From in front of the crowd, the two solo pilots are setting up for their next maneuver. They'll roll their aircraft 90 degrees, exiting the flight line. Ladies and gentlemen, directly before you, the Virtual Roblox Angels crossover roll. Alright, approaching from the left, the Angel Diamond is back down and aft on the left echelon. As they pull in open over the top, they will shift in the formation back into the Angel Diamond. This is the changeover roll, a precise transition from echelon to diamond against the beautiful, I will just say England sky. I think this is Riad. Yeah, it's Riad. We'll just say England sky. As the diamond completes its changeover roll to the right, let's watch as they climb back into the vertical, setting up for the very difficult line abreast loop. All right. If you direct your attention to the right, you can see that Virtual Roblox Blue Angel number 5 has joined the diamond in their next maneuver. As they pull into the vertical, they will experience heavy G as the airspeed dissipates. Alright, so maintaining minimum separation, the pilots must now line themselves by looking 90 degrees from their flight path towards the commanding officer's aircraft. They flew over the top at 7,000 feet, and the power they decreased as they complete the backside of this 5-plane looping maneuver. And as they climb into the next vertical, the commanding officer, which is Bomb, has called for another formation change prior to detaching Blue Engine number 5. Now let's watch as the lead solo separates from the formation and performs a split S back to the flight line. And that lead solo you're watching here today is Dutchy. Dutchy. That's the lead solo today. Alright, and once again, from the left, Blue Engine number 5, Dutchy will perform a 360-degree rolling maneuver, pausing after each 45 degrees of roll. From the left, a very crisp 8-point hesitation roll. In front of the crowd, the Blue Angel Diamond is approaching center point. Bomb will pull the formation 90 degrees nose up. The Diamond will they'll split with all 4 aircraft exiting in separate directions. Ladies and gentlemen, the Virtual Roblox Blue Angels vertical break. Approaching center point, the 2 solo pilots will roll the aircraft 360 degrees, pausing after each 90 degrees of rotation and crossing center point in the inverted position. From your left and right, Pokemon and Dutchy in the opposing 4-point hesitation roll. Direct your attention to the left, as you can see the Diamond is setting up for one of their dynamic rolling maneuvers, the tuck under brake. Approaching in left echelon formation, each pilot will roll their aircraft 270 degrees in ripple fashion. Take separation and rejoin Bomb, which is the commanding officer, in the Diamond formation. Two solo pilots are now approaching from the left and right at a closure rate of 1,000 miles per hour. They will now perform a series of maximum stick deflection rolls. The Diamond is setting up for a maneuver done by no other jet demonstration teams in the world today. The Diamond Dirty Roll. Each 4 pilots will roll the aircraft as one, but watch closely as you can observe that they are in the carrier landing configuration. Right. The lead solo and opposing solo are approaching for a very difficult maneuver. Approaching center point, they roll aircraft 270 degrees. Ladies and gentlemen, the double tuck over roll. From the right, at 450 miles per hour, the 6 aircraft are approaching for the delta roll. All 5 to 6 wingmen maintaining their position on the leader, which is Bob, as they roll 360 degrees over center point. Over the skies of Riyadh, England, the UK, all 6 aircraft will separate, perform individual 360-degree rolls, and the 4 diamond pods will rendezvous through the maneuver from the left at 450 miles per hour. The Virtual Roblox blank over flirtily. As the formation passes before us, we should get a good look at the delta set used by the 6 units. Alright, passing through the vertical, the commanding officer tilts his head back, picking up the flight line here in the UK, England, Riyadh over the top. He is floating the formation to put them directly over center point. Now watch carefully as he calls, smoke on, ready break. Now watch this next maneuver carefully from 6 different directions with the maximum speed and minimum separation. They will converge on center point and cross with a combined closure rate of nearly 1,000 miles per hour. Alright, the Virtual Roblox Blue Angels, the official Virtual Roblox Blue Angels, honor the 40th anniversary for the 1986 season today. We take a great deal of pride in saluting the Navy and Marine pilots, maintenance crews, and support personnel everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the Virtual Roblox, official Virtual Roblox Blue Angels, 1986.
Now, as you can see, the Typhoon is performing final checks and afterwards taking off into a muscle climb takeoff. And now we can see the burners in action. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you the Arabian Typhoon! As the neon flame livery of the Eurofighter goes into the sky, we now prepare for a first high-speed. Now watch as Hot Watch positions his aircraft for the first pass of this display, being a high-speed pass from right to left. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Arabian Typhoon for the high-speed pass. And now, for the second maneuver of this display, the dedication pass. From left to right, the Typhoon. And now, as the Typhoon comes in from the right side, we prepare to see the maximum radius 360-degree turn. And now, for our fourth maneuver, the Typhoon comes in from the left side to perform the split S. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for that. Of course, technical issues can happen in the Roblox platform, and don't blame the pilot. Now, as for the fifth maneuver, the Typhoon is going to do some barrel rolls and flybys from left to right. As for our sixth maneuver, the Typhoon comes from the right side to perform the low speed pass. After this pass is complete, the Typhoon will pull up to the muscle climb at 5,000 feet. Now, from the left, watch as the Typhoon positions himself for the seventh maneuver of this display, being the inverted pass. Now, from the left, watch the Typhoon perform an inverted pass, rushing all the blood to the head of the pilot. Now, the Typhoon positions itself for the final maneuver of this display, which will be the Turing break. Give him a wave, as it is the final maneuver of this amazing display, the Saudi Typhoon!
Here is the F-35 Lightning II. Developers of these aircraft wanting to make them realistic crank the volume right up to the maximum, so if one flies past, you know about it. It's a display aircraft after all. It's trying to show off, and it's loud, it's bold, it's the F-35. You can see this aircraft, being a fighter, has no external weapons. Of course, it can have that ability, but usually it tucks them inside, keeping it inside that radar protective. In fact, there it is, opening up its weapons bay there. That's where the aircraft would keep its weapons. Yeah, those weapons being tucked inside that thermal radar protected skin that the F-35 has. And that's what makes the F-35 so special, is its radar defensive measures, I guess. Everything about the aircraft has been designed to reduce its radar cross-section, make it harder to detect from long range. So this aircraft can sneak and penetrate into enemy airspace completely undetected, or at least until it's too late. This airshow is actually open to the public, so if any of you guys want to join the game, you can join the Thunder and Lightning Discord in the description below. Join their Discord and they'll have a link to the game. Over to the spectate function of the game. Oh, if I find the right jet, there it is. Because that automatically zooms in for me. Just means I have to move over like that. That's a pretty plane. You can tell it's the F-35A variant. The F-35B is the one that hovers, and the F-35C is the one that can land on carriers. This is the F-35A, meaning it has a gun. You can see that little lump on the right-hand side of the fuselage there. It's also got the refueling, air-to-air refueling mounts just behind the cockpit. There you can see it on the main fuselage. So the F-35A is lighter than the other jets. It's primarily used by the US Air Force. Blowing me away, so I have to keep opening that. It's not really letting me change tabs very easily. Oopsie, there we go. It's not letting me zoom out, there we go. Having issues with the camera. Apologies for that. Oh, F-35. Of course the F-35 is brand new, and it's been designed to replace lots of different aircraft. The US has quite a few aging fighters, including the F-16, the A-10, the F-18, even the Harriers that the US Marines use. Manufacturer Lockheed Martin like to boast that it's the most advanced fighter jet ever created, and the F-35 is there to solve the problem of aging airframes. Of course, because it's trying to do all of these things as a jack of all trades, its primary function falls under multi-role fighter, same as most modern J fighter jets. And this aircraft can produce up to 43,000 pounds of thrust, which is pretty ridiculous. At Patron, why not turn down your game a bit through the volume mixer? Because that would make it less fun. It's meant to be loud, it's an air show. You want to be blown away a little bit, even if it means I can't talk. As you can see, the F-35 is now slowing right down, pulling into a high alpha right now. Looks like the F-35 is getting ready for a slow speed pass in from the right. speck in the distance there. Wait for it to get a little bit closer, and I'll zoom right in. Look how slowly the aircraft's going. That is a very, very high alpha. Speed pass, pushing it right up, showing that it's got over a 1-to-1 thrust ratio. So firing chaff and flares, there's flares falling off behind the aircraft. Flares, of course, being countermeasures the aircraft use to throw off infrared missiles. Basically what a flare is a very, very hot firework the aircraft throws out to try and make, if there's a heat-seeking missile, it'll try and follow the very hot thing that isn't the engine. It'll get distracted. The F-35 is armed with a wide range of advanced weapons, including air-to-air missiles. It can have air-to-ground missiles and even bombs, laser-guided or dumb bombs. It's got an incredibly advanced precision targeting system there in the nose. You might just be able to see it underneath the pilot sat. It's a little crystal-looking diamond structure. Precision camera there in the nose means it can strike with incredible accuracy from incredible ranges. So yeah, overall the F-35A, this is the A, of course, as mentioned earlier. It's an incredibly advanced and capable fighter jet. Most impressive things about the F-35 is its data link system. The F-35 can gather information through its incredibly advanced radar systems and then share it to its allies. Other F-35s can then see what other aircraft see, and they can build a large data picture of what's going on in the combat environment. The F-35 has some incredibly powerful computers on board, meaning it can gather and process huge amounts of data. There you can see those gear doors coming down now. The F-35 gets ready to land. You may notice that every single, from those gear doors to the weapons bays we saw earlier, every single panel that opens up is got very sharp ridges. Those ridges, of course, helping to deflect radar waves away. Once the F-35 lands, we will be expecting the Virtual Roblox Thunderbirds to be taking off very shortly. Oops, I almost clicked something on my tab there. And here comes the F-35A coming in to land now. after an incredible performance here at Thunder and Lightning over Arizona.
Thunderbirds, stand by smoke. Smoker ready now. Smoker ready now. Thunderbirds, reserves ready now. Burners now.
All right, Tucson, stand tall as America's ambassadors in blue open with a tribute to the greatest nation on earth, America's own, your 2023 Virtual Roblox United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron from Nellis Air Force Base, and known to all of the world as the Thunderbirds. Our two sole pilots are now positioning their aircrafts behind the crowd to set up for the Delta rejoin. They will soon pass overhead with full afterburners to catch up with the Diamond to form the Thunderbird Delta. As our two sole pilots, Thunderbird 5 and 6, rejoin with the Diamond to form the Thunderbird Delta formation. We'd like to take a moment to honor all those who have gone before us, those veterans in the crowd today, whose service and sacrifice have given us the freedoms that we greatly cherish. Now watch as Colonel Gaff 513 represents the Delta formation for the Delta rule. As you take time to watch the precision required to maneuver 6 F-16s in one formation, let that serve as a reminder of not just the teamwork, but also the dedication and commitment that makes our team and the United States Air Force the most capable, incredible force on the planet. As the Delta soars above, we are proud to represent the 66,000 airmen who are deployed around the world in defense of our freedom. While our airmen, guardian soldiers, sailors, coast season marines risk their lives every day to fight for democracies, it is the family that stay behind and who are the silent heroes of our military. Their sacrifices do not go unrecognized, and we thank every mom, dad, husband, wife, son, and daughter who support their deployed military members each day while they fight to keep our country free. Watch now, from your right, watch the formation of 6 F-16s precisely maneuver, showcasing teamwork at its finest, for the Delta formation loop. As the Delta repositions for the Delta Burst, we are proud to recreate the flying skill and grace you see. Represents 70 years of technical training and thousands of hours of practice and employment. Every airman who wears a Thunderbird uniform is a military member first, highly trained in a professional Air Force skill. As airmen first, Thunderbirds use years of on-the-job training to provide constant and incredible global vigilance, global reach, and global power, giving a critical edge in today's joint warfighting coalition. Wherever they've been before and wherever they go after their time on the team, the Thunderbirds are airmen first and airmen always, faithfully and professionally representing their brother and sister in arms, who are providing unrivaled air, space, and cyber dominance across the globe. Approaching from directly in front, your 2023 Thunderbirds in the inspirational Delta Burst. Ladies and gentlemen, as the roar of our F-16 engines fade away, it marks the conclusion of today's demonstration, our first show in the 2023 season. It takes more than just superb flying ability to accomplish the Virtual Roblox Thunderbird mission. It takes outstanding support, including 20 of the finest enlisted personnel and 6 additional officers. including Thunderbird 7, our operations officer from Austin, Texas, Hattie's minion, call sign Brick. I'm Thunderbird 8, your advanced pilot and narrator from Boston, Massachusetts, Cheesy Lift, call sign Scooper. Thunderbird 9, our flight surgeon from Tucson, Arizona, II Darks, and Thunderbird 12, our public affairs officer from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Ladies and gentlemen, from your left, your demonstration pilots for the 2023 Thunderbird team. Flying Thunderbird 1, the team's commander and leader from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Colonel Gaff 513, call sign Peanut. Flying the left wing from Dallas, Texas, Thunderbird 2, Ruby, call sign Slumber. Flying the right wing from Pensacola, Florida, Thunderbird 3, TMZ, call sign Bomb. Flying the slot pilot from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Thunderbird 4, Aiden, call sign Shooter. Flying the lead solo from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Thunderbird 5, Shuki, call sign Pelican. And flying the opposing solo from Baltimore, Maryland, Thunderbird 6, Dashisin, call sign Job.
And there's the noise. That's an absolute beast of an aircraft. Absolutely stunning. It's hard to forget this is such an old aircraft. It first flew in 1970. Made its first deployment in 1974. And it directly replaced the F-4 Phantom II. It served the US Navy, primarily as a air superiority fighter and an interceptor for the fleets in which it served aboard. It also served as a tactical aerial reconnaissance platform, and it served that role well into the 2000s. There's the wings sweeping back. As I said previously, those wings sweeping back Means the aircraft has a lot less drag being pushed back on the aircraft. You can go even faster. Sounds absolutely incredible. As we've confirmed several times throughout this airshow, doing sound on Roblox is very, very difficult to do, and this is one of the most realistic sounding jets I've heard in a good long while. Here it comes from the left. Lesser known facts about the F-14 is that the wings, even when swept back to its maximum point you'd use during flying, they could be swept even further back for parking on a carrier. They had an extra parking setting to really allow them to tuck them very close together on carriers. So good. Honestly, this place is gorgeous. I don't need to say anything. It's too bloody loud to say anything, to be honest. That's just a UFO, really, isn't it? You wonder why people kept reporting UFOs out in the middle of the desert, out in western United States. Yeah. Things like this kept flying along. needs the extra lift. It's not quite sleek, but oh, it's a lot bigger. There's the gear dropping down as well. Coming for a... Can't tell if it's coming for a dirty pass or it's coming to land. Oh, he's wing waving. This looks like it's going to be a landing. It's going to be a touch and go. Ah, there we go. Air 14 there touching down. Blasting back off again. That's touching down. Yeah, a moment of silence there. F-14's just at a range. For Roblox to start blasting sounds down our ears again. But I'm sure it'll be back very shortly. Absolutely stunning plane. I'm really just... I've got nothing to say. It's really... Not that I can say anything. It's so bloody noisy. But it's absolutely gorgeous plane. Don't need to say anything. Just sit back and watch it. It's pretty. Roblox devs, very talented. I want to buy one. Okay, that's fast. It's coming for a fast pass. In from the left. F-14. Tomcat! Bloody hell. Oh, I want one of those. Slowing down once more, landing gear coming back out. I doubt it's going to be another touch and go. This looks like it's coming in for a proper landing. Keep in mind this is a US Navy carrier fighter, so this thing isn't about the butter. This thing is going to hit the deck. This thing doesn't... It won't kiss the ground. It's going to hit it. I love this aircraft. It's so gorgeous. Proper Navy landing there. That's a gorgeous plane. You can hear the whine of the engines there. That's the intake sucking in huge amounts of air. There we go. Yeah, you can hear that whistle. Whistle and whine as those massive intakes. Wrench in surrounding air. There we go. Stunning performance from the F-14 Tomcat there. This thing always puts on a good show though, so no surprise there. It's good to have it back on our screens. It's good to have it back for the 2023 season.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United States Air Force and Commander of the Air Combat Command, General Mark Kelly, and all of the men and women of the Air Combat Command, we'd like to welcome you to today's Virtual Roblox A10 demonstration. also Team Superintendent Master Sergeant Teddy Williams from Boston, Massachusetts. With me is our non-commissioned officer in charge, Tech Sergeant Marcus Knight from Norfolk, Virginia. Joining us is our safety observer and combat-ready attack pilot, Mason Jones, call sign Beagle. As a member of Air Combat Command, student of 55th Wing, located at Davis Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson, Arizona, it is my pleasure to describe for you a capability demonstration of the heavily fielded and effective close air support aircraft, the A-10 Thunderbolt II. Because of its toughness, tenacity, and devastatingly good looks, the maneuver arrests the pilot. Pacific Air Force and Air National Guard, and the Air Force Reserves. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to look to your right, because here comes Major Maher and the A-10 Thunderbolt II. Major Maher pulls the A-10 straight to the vertical, demonstrating the Warthog's power and maneuverability in all attitudes of flight. Major Maher is now positioning the A-10 for a pass down the shoreline where he will perform a double aileron roll. The Hog's aileron makes up about half the size of its wings, enabling it unparalleled controllably at slow speeds. Now, from the left, the Gator roll. Major Maher is now preparing to perform a slow roll along the shoreline to demonstrate the Hawk's precise capability at slow speeds. As he passes, you will notice the Desert Storm livery, inspired by the Hog service in Operation Desert Storm. Now, from the right, the slow roll. Major Maher is now executing a classic aerobatic maneuver, the Cuban 8. It's the A-10's maneuverability that enables it to support its mission, twisting and turning over the battlefield. The Warthog can operate and deliver devastating firepower under just a 1,000-foot saving. The A-10 turbofan engines add more than just power to its performance at over 9,000 pounds of thrust each. The engines are quieter than most aircraft, making its tactical support a much surprise. Major Maher is now repositioning his aircraft to perform a level 360-degree high G turn. As the A-10's quick turn rate and small turn radius, which enables it to turn even under harsh weather, Major Maher will complete that turn in only 400 feet. That is less than the size of the average NASCAR track, as well as over twice the speed of the driver. On the battlefield, this capability enables the A-10 to complete its attack support mission. Major Maher is now configuring his aircraft to demonstrate the A-10's slow speed capability at its final approach speed at 120 knots. Get your cameras ready for the slow speed pass. These distinct features help mask the engine signature, aiding the pilot to defeat infrared missiles. Let's go inside the cockpit of the A-10 and hear what Major Maher has to say. Everyone give Major Maher a nice wave.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great day to be flying at Thunder and Lightning over Arizona. The A-10 demo team is proud to be showing off this great plane for you, and we hope everyone is having a great weekend. Attack.
Don't put those cameras down yet. The A-10 is the premier close air support aircraft supporting our ground forces. Approaching the enemy, look now as we pass Major Maher's target brief, and then simply as a 9-line.
Thud 1-1,
Ground 1-1.
checking in A10C.
Thud 1-1, ready to receive 9-line.
Heading 127, distance 2 nautical miles. Time on target 60 seconds. Target elevation 4 feet. Personnel out in the open. At show center, target mark red paint. Egress northwest for 1 nautical mile, then proceed due back.
Thud 1-1, continue.
Thud 1-1 cleared hot.
This will demonstrate the Hawk's ability to find its target and engage enemy forces with the A-10's weapon of choice, the ground pounder, the Gatway Avenger, 30mm Gatling gun, firing 70 rounds per second. Its giant projectile delivers 7 times more destructive energy than the more conventional 20mm round. It will now take Major Maher 30 seconds to get back into firing position. Major Maher is now climbing for his final attack, dropping a 500-pound bomb. Major Maher is now performing a jiggle maneuver, consistently changing 3-dimensional figures. The A-10 has a reputation because of its multiple deployments. The Hawks destroyed multiple armored vehicles, artillery sites, and was even credited for 2 air-to-air kills. Today, the upgraded A-10CS set the standard for supporting allied forces in today's fight. Now, Major Maher in the 4-point roll. Now, Major Maher is positioning for the dedication pass. We would like to dedicate this pass to the men and women in the armed forces and their families and all veterans in attendance today. Our heritage paint scheme is in remembrance of all prisoners of war. Now, from behind and to your left, the A-10 proudly presents the dedication pass. Once again, we support all those in the joint fight of wounded warriors and veterans. The United States Air Force Air Combat Command provides essential combat aerial support capability demonstration in today's joint fight. The A-10 has exclusively demonstrated its ability to fly more than 4 sorties per day, a tribute to the magnificent maintenance crew assisting in today's demonstration. Ladies and gentlemen, from right here in Tucson, Arizona, the A-10 Thunderbolt 2 demonstration team.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Juan Patron, and I'm Red 10 and Officer Commanding of the Virtual Roblox Red Arrows. It's a real treat to be performing for you here today, and it's my pleasure to talk to you, and I'll be describing what you're seeing, as well as giving some information and background on the team, the pilots, as well as even letting you listen in on some of the pilots' communications as they fly.
Letting it
out. Display you'll be watching very shortly will be our full display, which means we'll be flying our looping manoeuvres and showing off the team's signature formations in the first half. Then we'll be switching things up with a much more dynamic second half, all being flown with our signature red, white and blue smoke. The team flies the BAE Systems Hawk T1, a sprightly trainer jet used by the real RAF Red Arrows. Our model has been built from the ground up as our team's dedicated display aircraft by our amazing developers behind the scenes. The Virtual Roblox Red Arrows were formed in 2017 by the officer commanding Viperize. Since then, we have flown at some of Roblox's largest air shows and flown in front of thousands of players. The team is made up of 9 pilots, being supported by command staff, developers, engineers, and photographers.
Why you need smoke off?
Ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the right now, the Reds have formed up with the Eurofighter Typhoon from the Virtual Roblox Eurofighter Typhoon demonstration team. And coming in from the right in a very special joint formation. A huge amount of red, white and blue there as the Red Arrows break away from the Eurofighter Typhoon there. That was a joint formation for the Virtual Roblox Red Arrows and the Virtual Roblox Typhoon demonstration. And now with that fly pass complete, the Red Arrows will be circling around to the left, ready to begin their full display. The team will currently be doing their pre-display checklists and will be overhead for their full display sequence very shortly. I'll give you a moment's notice before they come thundering overhead.
Go.
I hope everyone has their cameras ready as Red 1 brings the 7 aircraft behind him into position.
Teal,
To start
go
the
tiny bit
display
left.
in
No.
spectacular fashion.
No. T on. Go. Reds. Colour on. Go.
And colour on calls Red 1. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Virtual Roblox Red Arrows!
Easing up.
And pulling up calls Red 1. Pulling the formation up into the vertical as the 7 aircraft pull together into 7 arrow formation. Leading the formation is Squadron Leader Will. Callsound Highland has been a part of the team since March of 2021. He is command of all the other display pilots in the team. Big Mac is also an avid rugby player in real life and enjoys plane spotting and aviation photography. On top of all of this, Red 1 is also in charge of training and leading all of the other pilots for all of our training and public events. During the display, he has to speak in a very metronomic cadence in order to keep all the other aircraft in time.
Apollo. Go.
2, 3.
The formation has now changed into the first of its 2 space-themed formations. The Reds are creating the iconic shape of the vehicle that first landed humans on the moon over 53 years ago. This formation is a tribute to the iconic missions in the 60s and was created to mark 50 years since the incredible Apollo landings. Coming in from the right, Red 1 is leading the 7 jets in for Apollo. first 3 jets you can see at the front of the formation are Reds 1 through 3. They are known as Enid, whilst the 4 jets that make up the rear of the formation are Reds 6 through 9. They are known as
Smoke off.
Jippo,
Go.
after a
Tee
former
off.
RAF Red
Go.
Arrows pilot.
Reversing. Left. No.
Jippo are responsible for flying some of the more dynamic sections of the display,
bank. No. Tightening.
which you will see in a few minutes' time.
Lightning. Go.
2.
The Reds are now forming into a formation based on the UK's new cutting-edge stealth fighter that's just entered service with the Royal Air Force. Reds 2 and 3 have fanned out to the outer edges to create the iconic shape of the F-35. Ready for the lightning loop. Red 2 is being flown by Flight Lieutenant Lucas. Call sign Caveman is one of our newer
Smoke on.
pilots,
Go.
flying displays
Rolling.
since March of
Out.
2023.
No.
And in his spare time enjoys shooting and aircraft
Yep.
spotting.
T on. Go. Easing. Up. James, your wings need to be in line with Charlie's. You're too far back. Tee off. Go. Coming. Left. No. Rolling. Out. No. Smoke off. Go.
Red 3 is being flown by Flight Lieutenant Charlie. Call sign Scimitar is flying today's demonstration from the Midlands. He has been in and out of the team 5 times over the years, but is back and bringing his experience to the Red 3 position for 2023. Scimitar's key interests include Cold War jets and listening to Oasis.
Smoke on. Go. It's not. It's literally just a roll. Go. Easing. Up.
As the Reds swing back around towards us from crowd's right, they're pulling up into the vertical, ready for the Vixen roll.
Ethan.
2. 3.
Probably. Rolling. Out. No. Jippo smoke on. Go.
Red 1 has called the 7 aircraft into the shape of our second space-themed formation. The Reds are banking around. in the shuttle.
No. Holding the bank. No, die. No. Rolling. Out. No.
As the formation changes once again, we now have red 6 and 7 falling back, ready to roll around the formation in one of our crowd favourite manoeuvres.
8 and 9. Roll. Go.
It's about to get exciting. A board calls red 6 as the 2 jets of the
Coming
synchro pair
right
roll around
now.
the rest of the formation, sustaining up to 5 times Earth's gravity as they do so.
Holding. Tight. No. Out. No. 8 and 9. White on. Go. 8 and 9. Smoke off. Go. Smoke off. Go.
The next manoeuvre marks the end of part 1 of our display, and we'll see Enid and Jippo break up to perform separate manoeuvres. We would like to thank you all for being such an incredible audience here today. These displays take months of work and practice from so many people, so the support you guys have shown here today in chat is something that we really cherish.
Five by five. Rolling. Out. No. Smoke on. Go. T on. Go. Enid. Break. Break. Go. Roll. Checker. Pull. Enid. Smoke off. Go.
Now that Enid and Jippo have split up, Jippo prepare to perform the most intense section of the display. Leading the Jippo team is red 6 Nathan.
Just me.
Calling Cyclone is from the West Midlands. Nathan has been with the team since 2019, and in his spare time, Nathan enjoys playing pool, plane spotting, and flying on VATSIM.
Threshold!
Enid are 1 late.
Above us now you can see Red 1 leading Enid all the way through the sky in the Python. Those of you who are enjoying the show, please be sure to show your appreciation in the chat. Pilots will be able to catch glimpses at it whilst they fly, and it'll really mean a lot to them, as they've been working extremely hard to perfect this display for you all today. If you look straight out in front of you, you'll see Red 6 and 7 of the Synchro pair, ready to perform one of their signature manoeuvres. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the heart. It's tradition for us to dedicate each heart to a different individual or group, and so today I'd like to dedicate this heart to the head of the Virtual Roblox Blue Angels, Rice, as well as our very own Red 7 Rose, who have both been working very hard and going out of their way to make sure that this React map is as realistic as possible, both of them putting many hours of hard work to ensure the best experience possible. In order for these pilots to become the VRA display pilots you see here today, applicants have to undergo 3 written exams, 2 verbal interviews, as well as a full month of practical flying assessments. Once they pass these, trainee pilots graduate from our black training Hawk onto the signature red display aircraft you can see flying here today. If you look up now, you may just about be able to see Red 1 guiding Reds 2 to 3, 8 and 9 directly towards the ground, ready to pull away, levelling out an altitude of just 100 feet. This is the vertical brake. On the far right of the brake is Red 8. Red 8 is flown by callsign Core, who has flown with the team since 2019, with the majority of this time being spent as Red 4. In real life, Core can often be found playing cricket and rugby. On top of that, Core also plays the bass guitar. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the first manoeuvre, led by our amazing synchro pair, Red 6 and 7, breaking away from each other, pulling 6 times Earth's gravity, and banking back around each other in the carousel. Both pilots swap colours halfway around the circle to keep one side red and one side blue. The synchro pair is made up of Red 6 and 7, 2 of our most experienced pilots, who perform the daring opposition manoeuvres, the first of which you have just witnessed. Coming in from the right in the line astern formation, Enid are now coming in ready to fan out into battle. Their smoke changing as they go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Helix. The Jippo team are going to be showing off one of the most photogenic manoeuvres now, as Reds 8 and 9 prepare to flip inverted. And with 8 and 9 flipping inverted, 6 and 7 prepare to roll around them. This is the corkscrew. The last aircraft in the display, Red 9, is being flown by Flight Lieutenant James. James is from the West Midlands and has been on the team since 2020. In his spare time, James enjoying playing hockey and watching F1. As the Jippo team departs to our left, Red 1 brings Enid in from crowd left, ready for their own spiralling manoeuvre. Red 3 prepares to pull up to 5 times Earth's gravity as they spiral around the rest of Enid. This is Twister.
Battle. Go.
2.
3.
Threshold.
Rolling out now. Yep. Smoke on. Go. T on. Go. Colour on. Go.
Smoke on calls Red 1 as he brings the aircraft dead towards the crowd, ready for the final formation. Last manoeuvre, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you very much watched... Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've been Never mind. Bloody hell. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching the Virtual Roblox Red Arrows! Oh, bloody hell. Before the Reds touch down, they'll be reforming for one final manoeuvre in the form of a landing break, where the Reds will be flying in from the right before breaking off one at a time.
10, we're running in for landing break. Will be about 2 minutes, then overhead.
Roger. Roger that. By the way, I'm finding the Blue Angels versus Red Arrows debate in the comments very, very entertaining right now. Right, I hope that's the end of my commentary, so I hope you've all very much enjoyed the Red Arrows performance. It's only been a couple of months since the team has been revived. Obviously, there was several years where my team, the Virtual Roblox Red Arrows, has been in a bit of a state of hibernation, so it's very recently just been revived. These are all brand new pilots, other than a couple of them like Watery. Red 7. They've been working very hard to get up to display standard, but obviously with 2 jets down and with fairly limited training, we hope you all very much enjoyed today's performance. I'm not going to say that it went off flawlessly, but I'm happy. I hope you guys have all very much enjoyed it. I've absolutely lost the ability to talk there as well. If anyone wants to continue the Red Arrows versus Blue Angels debate, feel free to do so in my DMs, but only if you think the Blue Angels are better, because they're not. I'll be sure to argue you to the end of time. The only exception to that being the Virtual Roblox Blue Angels, who are very good, and I'd say verging on equally good as the Red Arrows, let's say. Let's call them equal. In from the right, here are the Red Arrows. One last time, ready for the landing break. I'll turn on the audio one last time so you can hear them.
Reds breaking now. 1,
2,
3,
7,
9!
9.
There you go.
%20% now.
A massive shout out to every single pilot in the Red Arrows, and of course, a shout out to all other pilots who are flying from the UK today.
1 turning.
It's exam season here in the UK, in the run up to mocks. So all the pilots are definitely have better things to be doing than flying here today at this air show, which is why we're two pilots down in the Reds. And so yeah, I'm sure all the other pilots who are flying today's air show, well, definite big shout outs to them at least. Right, let's look at the comments. Everyone's arguing about why the Red Arrows are or are not better than the Blue Angels. Let's see if I can add fuel to the fire. What are people saying about the Red Arrows? Someone say something. Everyone's agreeing that the Red Arrows are better. There we go. Perfect. Problem solved. Good stuff. As soon as I see an actual someone actually arguing that the Blue Angels are better, I'll debate it here verbally, because I like a good argument. If the Red Arrows flew a better aircraft, I'd be more interested. Well, the good thing about the Hawk T1 is, one, it's cheap, so you can have more of them. That's why there's 9 jets opposed to the Blue Angels having, like, what, 6? They're sprightly. They're flown the same distance apart as the Blue Angels. It doesn't look it, but that's because they're smaller. Yeah, they're much more sprightly. They can perform in tighter turns. They allow your pilot to wear a G-suit, so they can perform higher energy maneuvers. I think the whole energy maintenance part of the display is much more interesting. The Blue Angels just have afterburners to power themselves out after every single maneuver. There we go. The Blue Angels fly a superior aircraft. I debate that. It's too big. It can only use one coloured smoke. Imagine that. Ugh. I don't get that. How can the Blue Angels have a bigger aircraft and yet it only uses one smoke colour? And there they are, the gorgeous, gorgeous Reds.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Mark Kelly, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, we welcome you to today's exciting F-22 demonstration here at the skies of Arizona. I am the Virtual Roblox F-22 Raptor Demo Team Superintendent and Narrator, Vincent Average Trin from Portland, Oregon. And as a proud member of the Virtual Roblox F-22 Raptor Demo Team, located at Joint Base Langley Eustis in Hampton, Virginia, it is my distinct pleasure to describe for you today a combat capability demonstration by the most advanced 5th-generation stealth fighter aircraft in the world, The Raptor's mission is air dominance, and it supports our Army, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, and allies to freely operate in today's joint fight, anywhere, anytime. Before we continue, let's first introduce our diverse group of dedicated airmen that make up the 2023 Virtual Roblox F-22 Raptor demonstration team. Crew Chiefs, Tech Sergeant Len McKinnell, Staff Sergeant Cheesy Lift, and Senior Airman Ended Fishy. Our Public Affairs, Tech Sergeant Inviels, Tech Sergeant Jakku, Staff Sergeant Semi-Hardy, Staff Sergeant Doritos, Staff Sergeant Conazel, and Senior Airman Sloozy. From Brisbane, New Zealand, our Team Chief, Campbell Kiwi Smith. From San Francisco, California, our Public Affairs Officer, Caden Birdie Hernandez. From O'Fallon, Illinois, our Team Safety Officer, Devin Cookies Mersinger. And your 2023 Virtual Roblox F-22 Raptor demonstration pilot, a virtual combat and aerobatic proven pilot with more than 5,000 hours of flight time, who is also the commanding officer for the Virtual Roblox Blue Angels from Houston, Texas, Jorge Sugar Luis. You are about to witness the extreme maneuvering capability by the most advanced, most lethal fighter aircraft in your United States Air Force. The F-22 you will see today is an unmodified and fully combat-capable aircraft. Although we can't share everything that makes the F-22 Raptor the most lethal fighter aircraft in the world, we will show you its raw power and thrust vectoring maneuvering capabilities as it executes high agility maneuvers that are unique to only the Raptor and no other combat-ready fighter in the world, pushing it to the absolute limit in today's demonstration. It is a true first look, first shot, first kill weapon system. The Raptor plays a vital role in the defense of this nation, and it represents your Air Force's dedication to aim high, fly, fight, and win, ensuring our ability to beat any challenge at any time, under any condition, anywhere in the world. As today's demonstration begins from your left, you will see the Raptor execute the maximum power takeoff, producing over 70,000 pounds of thrust from its powerful Pratt & Whitney F-119 engines. You will see the Raptor leap off the runway in an amazing 1,000 feet and power straight into the vertical. At a safe altitude, Suga will literally flip the aircraft, reversing its flight path and roll while diving straight down. So now it's time to stand up, move forward, and get ready. The show is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the most feared and baddest aircraft in the world today, your United States Air Force's F-22 Raptor! The Raptor's advanced flight control systems, combined with its powerful engines, allow it to pull more than 9 times the force of gravity. Watch now from the right as the Raptor demonstrates its tight turning capability with a minimum radius horizontal turn and power straight into the vertical. And then, watch as Suga whips the Raptor around on a dime and gives you 9 cents change in the amazing J-turn reposition. The firepower of the Raptor consists of any combination of 8 missiles and up to 8 precision satellite-guided bombs. In order for the Raptor to remain stealthy, it must retain a sleek profile, which requires all weapons to be stored internally. The Raptor is the first supersonic, multi-role, and highly maneuverable stealth fighter in the world with a fully internal combat weapons load. Look to the left as the Raptor banks in and cycles its weapons bay doors. Folks, if you've been wondering where those bombs and missiles hide, here is your answer. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Virtual Roblox Raptor Demo, we stand proud today as we dedicate this next pass to those hard-working active duty for servicemen and women deployed on the world's front lines and their families supporting them through today's joint fight. We also render this high-speed salute to our veterans and Gold Star families in attendance and those who have given their lives defending freedom. This will be your best photo opportunity, so get those buttons ready to capture the salute. Now, from behind and over your right shoulder, the Virtual Roblox F-22 Raptor proudly presents the Dedication Pass. The Raptor will quickly reposition and show you more of what those flight control systems and engines can do. As Suga executes the power loop, he will demonstrate why the Raptor is unrivaled in vertical fights, as it carves through a loop and doubles its altitude. At the top of the loop, you will see the Raptor rotate around one spot in the sky, which will flip the aircraft through the vertical and back to level flight. Following the power loop, you will see the Raptor perform the loaded roll. The Raptor's slow speed, high alpha handling characteristics are not only crucial, but exceptional. From the right, the Raptor will slow down to less than 90 knots and load up on a high angle of attack. After the pass, you will once again feel the raw power of the jet as Sugar lights those afterburners and rockets away into the skies above Link. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Raptor's slow speed pass. The Raptor is dropped. The F-22 possesses the critical capability to maneuver at speeds and altitudes that make it virtually untouchable to enemy air and ground systems, even without using afterburners. Accelerating from 90 knots to over 600 knots, Sugar will roll inverted and pull down to a split S for the high-speed pass, showcasing just a fraction of the aircraft's supercruise and full-speed capability. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for Freedom Thunder on the high-speed pass! The Raptor is dropping in for a maneuver known as the Hoover Pitch. This maneuver is a double knife edge, separated by an inverted tuck followed by a pitch. This is another great opportunity to capture the Raptor in your screenshots during our demonstration. Ladies and gentlemen, named after the late legendary Bob Hoover, the Raptor's Hoover Pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, for Sugar's final pass on the Raptor, he will once again showcase the raw power of the F-22. As the Raptor approaches show center, Sugar will light those afterburners and aggressively pitch away from the crowd. Get ready to feel power and witness extreme maneuverability in the deafening Sugar Pitch! Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's demonstration. We hope you've enjoyed sharing the ride with us and witnessing what your Raptor is capable of in this brief display. As a key component of the most capable Air Force the world has ever known, your F-22 Raptors are ready to defend our nation's skies and dominate the battlespace anywhere on the globe, ready to aim high, fly, fight, and win, anytime, anywhere. Spending days and more perfecting this routine was no easy task, but with passion, patience, practice, and dedication, the team has been able to reach the limits of the perfection and precision we aim to present. On behalf of your Virtual Roblox F-22 Raptor Demo team, we thank you for your attendance, your patriotism, and most of all, your support. On behalf of the Virtual Roblox F-22 Raptor Demo team, we thank you for your attendance and your support. Raptor Nation, signing out.
And there's the extra 300 leaping up into the air. Smoke on. And rolling inverted immediately. All the blood, of course, rushing to the pilot's head as he does so. And even more so when he pulls a negative G. Pull up into a nice steep climb. Before shaking it off with a little roll. Looking back from the XT300, we have the helicopter next. If anyone can confirm in chat what model this helicopter is. And there they go. Helicopter diving backwards as the parachutists. There you go, there's smoke on and there's a flag hanging down as well. There you go, all the teams have got their smoke on. The helicopter, the extra 300 and all 3 parachutists. Their flags being deployed. He's got a VR fat flag. Look at that. That's really cool. Ladies and gentlemen, the Red Bull Air Force. Try and get eyes on the helicopter. There it is. Coming back around. With its amazing Red Bull livery. That raging bull. Looking really good. On the red and blue. Touch of yellow as well. The parachutists, they looks like they've picked up quite a bit of speed now. They must be diving quite a bit. Now you can see they're all following each other, making that very distinctive smoke trail. There we are. This is an incredibly unique display. I don't think I've ever seen a parachuting team perform at any of these air shows before. So this is really awesome to see. I wonder what that flag says underneath VR Fat. It's got the distinctive wings as well. I'm excited to see what it says. Where's that helicopter gone? Helicopters staying well out of the way of the parachutists. That the downwash from those big fans can be a bit of a nightmare. What does that say? Red Bull Air Force on that flag. We'll try and read the text when they get a little bit lower. Oops, sorry about that. Actually bring down the Roblox thing. As he comes around, let's try and read what it says on his flag. Virtual Roblox Festival of Aerobatic Teams. Very awesome. You can see they've all got their distinctive Red Bull uniforms on as well. That's one landed. There's the other 2 come in. Right in front of me here. Coming past. Well done, lads. I'm looking for the extra 300 as well. Don't want to miss anything. We've got eyes on. It's a very nice animated helicopter. I like all the navigation lights. There's the strobes on the tail and the navigation lights on the body of the helicopter. And there's the parachuting team. Well done, guys. Get eyes on them for a minute. You can see their names there. Con, Dorito, and Jacku. Very well done, guys. Extra 300 back. Sorry I missed your landing. Couldn't spot you there. They must have been landing at the same time as the parachutists, I guess. Very well done from the... And the helicopter's going to be starting its display now. Let's get a little shot for them. Oh, that's very cool. I appreciate that. And let's get eyes onto the helicopter. Helicopters are an incredibly hard thing to do a display with. There's no way to really replicate their movements very accurately on Roblox. At least there's no scripts that do it at the moment. The closest I think is Blizzard, but you can't really do any aerobatic manoeuvres. It's good for combat flying, but that's about it. There we go. Nice over-the-top loop with that helicopter there. Snapshot, thank you very, very much for the $1 donation. That's really kind of you. Really appreciate it, man. Very, very epic. Welcome back, Snapshot, for the second day running as well. Here we go, looping. There, the extra 300 is powered down now, and the pilot whizzing off into the sky. Wow, look at that. Really hard banking from the helicopter, the Red Bull Air Force helicopter. It's an incredibly manoeuvrable machine, that. And there it goes, flipping backwards. Helicopters are, of course, really difficult to do aerobatics with, even in real life, because those blades want to pull you up, and so if you go inverted in any way, all that potential lift has suddenly been turned into... I don't know, what's the opposite of lift? Not gravity. Inverted lift, I guess. It's suddenly pulling you towards the ground very, very quickly. Oh. Can't keep my camera on him. Once he makes a turn, that helicopter wants to be pulled off the screen very, very quickly. Pulling up into the vertical. Watch this turn. Hard pedal turn there. Over to the right. And that pedal turn being hard because he was going against the rotors. So all of that energy was coming out the tail rotor there, putting a lot of stress on the rear tail of that helicopter. Pushing hard forward. That's quite a machine, that. There we go. Sorry, I just had to pin a message in chat. There it is. Throwing that helicopter back towards the ground. Flying inverted. Thank you very much, Dutchy737. Get hyped about the virtual Roblox Black Knights today, for real. That's definitely a team to be excited for. Have the Red Bull Air Force. This is one of the most unique displays I've seen for a good while. 3 very different sections of the display in terms of the extra 300, the helicopter, and of course the skydivers. Or the parachutists. That's a good looking helicopter as well. All in their distinctive uniforms and red, yellow and blue colour schemes. The rotor blades just look good on camera as well, I think. They look really stunning. And it's airborne. Ladies and gentlemen, the F-18 Rhino. An absolutely gorgeous aircraft. Up into the vertical, I've lost track of it, there it is, sorry about that. That's an impressive aircraft. The F-18 Rhino, also known as the Super Hornet. I think the Rhino might be the twin-seater version, but you might have to correct me. I'm not an expert when it comes to US aviation. It is, of course, a twin-engine, carrier-capable multi-role fighter. You can see between the engines there, nestled in there is a landing hook. Meaning it can land on carriers. It also have a launch bar attached to its front gear, meaning it can be launched from a aircraft carrier's catapult. This is, of course, the tandem seat version of the aircraft. You can see there's 2 people in that aircraft. It carries an internal 20mm M61 rotary cannon inside, just next to its cockpit. There it goes. Can be configured for air-to-air, air-to-surface, or swing roll, meaning it can switch between the 2 mid-mission. You can see this one appears to be carrying 2, in fact 4, air-to-air missiles on its pylons. I can't quite get a visual on those. 2 on the outermost pylons, look like sidewinders. I can't tell if those are AIM-120s on the lower pylons. The Super Hornet is in service with the United States Navy primarily, as it was built primarily for them, but also in service with the Royal Australian Air Force as well as the Kuwaiti Air Force. And there's been 608 built at present. Showing off the impressive speed of the F-18 there as it shoots past, nudging the sound barrier as it does so. Of course, aircraft aren't technically allowed to break the sound barrier at Western air shows. It tends to break windows and annoy people. In fact, no aircraft are actually allowed to break the sound barrier within, I can't remember how many kilometres of land. There you go, rolling right side up. Levelling out, slamming on those burners and punching through. Amazing job. Here comes diving. Oh, are they winging over? Absolutely gorgeous looking aircraft, very intimidating. The main variant of the F-18 Rhino would be the EA-18 Growler, which is an electronic warfare aircraft, which is also carrier based. However, instead of mostly carrying the air-to-air and air-to-ground weapons that the F-18, this version of the F-18 takes, it's got a lot more electronic jamming and sensor equipment on board. Look at those massive Union jacks just behind the cockpit on the wing stakes there. There's very unique wingtip vortices coming off the wings there, almost looking like little ribbons flying off the end of the wings as it darts off to crowd left. The main way to differentiate the Super Hornet from the regular F-18 Hornet, or the old version, is if you look at those air intakes. The intakes of the Super Hornet, like this one we see here before us, they're slanted, meaning that the aircraft has a much higher angle of attack, or, without the engines running a bit low on oxygen. So we'll have a good look at those air intakes now as it comes around. These are the air intakes of the Super Hornet. The Super Hornet is the backbone of the United States Navy, both now, has been for many years, and will be for many years to come. Some of its capabilities have been taken away from it with the F-35C. However, it's never going to fully replace the F-18, not within the F-35's lifespan. And of course, is the star of the film of the movie Top Gun. Top Gun Maverick, not the old one. This is the Super Hornet F model, being differentiated from the E model by its 2 seats, which you can see here. The F-18s can perform many roles, including air superiority, day and nighttime strike operations with their precision-guided weapons, fighter escort, close air support, suppression of enemy air defences, maritime strike, reconnaissance, forward air control, as well as conducting tanker missions. The team here really putting the aircraft through its paces, putting a lot of G-forces going up to 9 times Earth's gravity as it makes some of these really tight turns. Each of those engines provide up to 17,000 pounds of thrust, pushing the aircraft up to a speed of over Mach 1.6. The maximum takeoff weight of this aircraft is almost 30,000 kilograms, 29,937 kilograms. The flaps are down, the landing gear's down as he comes back towards the runway. Of course, the F-18 being carry capable needs to be able to stop in an absolute hurry. Of course, there's no arrestor hooks here at VRFAT, but the F-18 is still going to show us its short landing capabilities. Not right now, however. That was a touch and go, touching its landing gear on the runway for just a second before bringing them back in, showing off its animated landing gear that developers have worked hard to implement. Steep climbing, punching up and away from the crowd. And there it goes. One of the coolest things about the F-18 is it has a buddy-buddy refuel system, which means that they can refuel if they are... One sec. Look at that. Wow! Showing off its top side. That was a dedication pass if I've ever seen one. It has a buddy-buddy refuel system. If it's equipped with a refuel tank, it can effectively make it a tactical airborne tanker. Whilst its primary focus is of a fighter, it gives it extra multi-role purpose. It has a maximum external fuel capability, or capacity, sorry, of 5,900 kilograms, whilst internally it can carry 6,200 kilograms. This is a massive capacity of a fighter of its size. Not that this is a small aircraft by any means. It's an aircraft that rivals some small World War II bombers for scale. All modern fighter jets are quite large, but this one particularly is quite a big beast of an aircraft. Almost being as big as its predecessor, the F-14 Tomcat. Being carry capable, it does also have folding wings. And what's this we have? A second aircraft has joined the scene. I'm not entirely sure what that aircraft is. It's obviously another F-18. If someone could confirm in my DMs what I'm seeing before me right now. It looks like a slightly more legacy F-18. It hasn't got the Super Hornets intakes, but it's white. I'm not sure why it's white. Is it a special solo display model? I'm waiting for one of the crew to confirm what the hell I'm seeing. That's quite cool. The Super Hornet demo team did tell me that there would be a surprise at this airshow. This display. F-18C Legacy. Legacy test plane. Thanks, guys. With its Super Hornet companion. You can see the size comparison between these two aircraft. The Legacy F-18 there on the right, with the Super Hornet there on the left. So you have a look at the air intakes. That's the easiest way to spot. You can see the Super Hornet has bigger intakes. This would be a good comparison. There we go. He might be the older brother, but it doesn't mean he's the bigger brother. The Super Hornet is a good percentage larger than the Legacy Hornet. You can see the carrier landing hooks coming down now. Those will be deployed to catch the wires on aircraft carriers to help them stop in just a few seconds. Going from flight speed to a full stop in under 3 seconds. That's a lot of mass it needs to catch and hold. Coming in from crowd left, here comes both F-18, in fact, no, crowd rear, sorry. Both F-18s. Absolute pleasure having these both. Showing off the differences. There they go, doing an inwards brake. Absolutely gorgeous aircraft. From what I'm looking at, I don't think the F-18s would be going out that far unless they were planning on landing. Yep, I can just about see the gear coming down now. As they both come in for a landing. Super Hornet will be landing first, followed by the Legacy Hornet. In fact, the Super Hornet may be landing. The Legacy Hornet says no. Nudging the speed of sound there. Absolutely flying along. He was so busy doing a fly past that I missed the actual touchdown. There, you see those American flags. Didn't realise actually the air brakes of the F-18. Helping it come to a full stop. You can hear the Legacy Hornet. Where's it gone? There, the canopy's popped open. Ah, jet noises! Where is it? 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 Where's the bloody F-18 gone? The Legacy Hornet. There it is, visual. Is it coming for a landing? Yeah, the gears popped down. So here's the Super Hornet. This fancy team of 2. Coming in now comes the Legacy Hornet. Amazing job by the F-18 demonstration team. I was going to say solo there for a second, but it's not a solo anymore. It had its solo performance, then it got joined last minute. Being flown there by one, well, I don't know how you say that, Insane One, I don't know, and Airborne, ex-Airborne is the Rio. It's bloody loud, isn't it? Watching the Marines F-18 come in now.
Now before you, the Black Knights will take off in formation in full afterburner. Please stand by as the Black Knights reposition for the first maneuver of the display. Unlike the other air forces, the Black Knights are not a full-time aerobatic team. They are operationally ready pilots from Singapore's active fighter squadrons. There are only a few aerobatics teams in the world that fly combat-ready jets, and the Black Knights are proud to be one of them. Today, you will watch them as they light the sky ablaze with their well-coordinated maneuvers and synchronized execution. Ladies and gentlemen, entering the show centre from behind, our very own aerobatics demonstration team from Singapore, the Black Knights! Black Knights consist of 6 pilots, flying Black Knight 1 Avasef, call sign Miso. On his right, flying Black Knight 2 Beaver, call sign Beaver. Flying on the left of the leader is Black Knight 3 Bijan, call sign Gentro. Directly behind the leader is Black Knight 4 Shugi, call sign Pigeon. Flying lead solo Black Knight 5 is Dutchy, call sign Beagle. And lastly, flying Black Knight 6 is Lyrical, call sign Sins. And here comes the opening curtain. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready as the pilots return to the show centre. From your left and right, pushing the boundaries and closing in for a thrilling manoeuvre we call the Classic Hit. Keep watching as they come in for an exhilarating alien roll hit. From your front, Black Knights 1 through 4 will enter the show center in a line astern formation while executing a 5G loop. Here comes Black Knight 6 with the Thunder and Speed Pass. Now watch closely as Black Knight 5 and 6 swiftly join up with the formation. Rolling in from your left, the Black Knights have formed a ship. Swiftly changing into a formation, intimidating the shape of a spear right before your eyes. This aerial display is a showcase of team excellence, discipline and professionalism. It is also a testament to the quality of our people. This show would never have been possible without our maintenance crew for maintaining our jets in tip-top condition. From your right, the Black Knights will transform into a swan formation. Great accuracy and finesse. Now watch as the Black Knights move tighter into a sapphire formation. Have your cameras ready, this will be the best photo opportunity. At center point, Black Knights 1 to 4 will experience high Gs when executing a crisscross. And here comes the two solos experience up to 9 Gs in the needle cross. slow speed maneuvering is very important in combat. Let us show you the graceful flying of this aircraft in this very challenging maneuver we call the low and slow. Feel the roar of the F-16s as they go into full afterburner. Keep your From your left, Team Black Knights execute a series of rolls. Watch as they set the sky ablaze with the maneuver they call the Way of the Dragon. Keep your eyes to the front as Black Knight 5 and 6 pierce the sky in the vertical spiral. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, from your right, Black Knights 1 to 4 will perform synchronized aerial rolls. Get ready for the twinkle rolls. Now watch to the side as Black Knight 5 goes inverted straight down, directly at Black Knight 6 cockpit, only meters apart. This is the mirror pass. Celebrating 50 years of independence, this next maneuver is dedicated to the people of Singapore, symbolizing dedication, success, joy and love. Presenting the Diamond Pass in review. Black Knights are the only team in the world to perform this type of maneuver in fly-by-wire aircraft. Black Knight 6 will demonstrate the great agility of the F-16 with this next maneuver. This is in her inverted helix. There are only a few teams in the world who fly combat-ready jets. The Black Knights are proud to be one of them, flashing the national flag. From your right, Black Knight 5 with the razor-sharp, knife-edge pass. And Black Knight 6 performing the quadruple rolls. Black Knights are very hard-working, dedicated pilots and flight instructors. Each clocking thousands of hours in the air, these pilots are tasked with defending the nation's skies. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the more challenging maneuvers by the Black Knights, that was the double inverted wrap. In the heart of our third generation Air Force, we thank the people who keep our nation safe. Reaching up and moving onwards represent our strength, energy and enthusiasm. Team Black Knights is also a source of pride to all Singaporeans and the RSAF. Soon, Team Black Knights will execute a maneuver specially designed to honor Singaporeans who have worked hard to build our nation. The diamond formation symbolizes Singapore, while the solar spiraling around it represent the hard work and commitment of our people overcoming challenge is inspiring the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, in remembrance, the dedication pass. We hope to have inspired all. We hope to have inspired all to represent the future of our nation, a significant reflection on a milestone of achievements and pride to our nation, echoing our story, our home, our heart, and our Singapore. For the grand finale, Team Black Knights will display to you, young and old, past and present, with this magnificent finale burst. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that was the Black Knights giving a golden salute to the nation with the finale burst. Now the Black Knights will come once again for their final maneuver. From the left, the Virtual Roblox Black Knights! With the landing brake, we have come to the end of this aerobatic demonstration of Team Black Knights. We hope to have inspired you at the Virtual Roblox Festival of Aerobatic Teams 2022 today. Thank you for enjoying the Black Knights. Feel free to ask any questions by contacting us on Twitter at VRBKDT. This is Black Knight 7 wishing you a pleasant day and blue skies always.
The U2 is now rolling. wheels drop away. The wing stabilizers, because those wings are so ridiculously long. There's the chase car helping it up. And here is the final aircraft of our airshow today, the U-2 Dragon Lady! Let's get the right camera. There she is. And on this one as well. Because the U2 might go quite high, so it's nice having that nice raised camera. So there's the U2 performing its bank takeoff. And it'll be quickly climbing up to 40,000 feet. Which, although bloody high, isn't even close to its maximum altitude of 70,000 feet. There you can see it climbing up very quickly there. And there's the U2 cruising along. If I click on this camera, that's just how high up it is there. It's coming in pretty quickly. Switch back to the other camera. Get that zoom on. And let's keep a nice tight zoom on this. The U2 is single seat and is designed around gathering intelligence. It's a reconnaissance and, well, it's a spy plane, to be honest. So I've seen the U2, not just at air shows, but I've seen it fly operationally from one of its bases in the UK, RAF Fairford. They take off about 6 in the morning and land at like 4 in the afternoon, which is a lot of hours to be up in that thing. And of course, this aircraft flies very high, and the cockpit isn't pressurized, meaning the pilot has to wear a spacesuit when they're flying the U2. The Dragon Lady is an old aircraft, probably the oldest continuously serving aircraft this airshow. It's been in service since 1956, although its prototype first flew in 1955. The last plane was built in 1989, meaning every single aircraft left in the fleet is still pretty old. There it goes down the runway with a low gear down pass. There's the chase car rocketing along. Before it breaks off. Very impressive aircraft, that. There's another angle from up high. Switching back to our ground cam. The ground cam's a lot cooler, let's be honest. You may notice that the U2 only has 2 sets of landing gear, meaning it's very hard to balance the thing on landing. There's the chase car going along. That's because the extra weight of landing gear on those very long wings. They thought it wouldn't be worth it. That's why as it taxied out, those long orange struts popped out. Were there on takeoff. They fall away as the aircraft comes into the sky. And then on landing, the aircraft will hold the wings in the air for as long as possible. That's why the chase car is necessary. To help tell the pilot, especially with their limited visibility in the spacesuit, how far off the centerline they are, how high in the air they are. And then when the wings do finally need to touch down, like you saw here, they've got metal skids that protect the wings. Then before it taxis back, some ground crew get out and put those temp wheels. So in real life those temp wheels wouldn't be deployed. The aircraft would just hold that until the wings tip over, and then the ground crew get out and steady it and add those once it stops moving. Obviously being Roblox, that's impossible.